I bought some for the office here. There's a little.
It is 5:30. We will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gurrola? Here. Councilmember Peñalosa? Councilmember Stowe?
Here.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Here.
Mayor Flores?
Here. We will now move into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. There are no oral communications, and we didn't receive any.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now go into City Council closed session items.
Thank you. There are 4 items before council this evening in closed session. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators, Property 50 West Olive Avenue, Suite B, Porterville, California. Agency Negotiator John Lawless and Jason Reinauer. Agency Negotiating Party City of Porterville and 50 West Olive LLC under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference of Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Patrice Hildreth, Employee Organizations, Management and Confidential Series, and Porterville Peace Officer Association. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases in which facts are yet not known to potential plaintiff. And item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 1 case. Staff's report.
Thank you. 5:31, we will go into closed session. Ready? It is 6:37. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Vice Mayor Reyes and remain standing for the invocation.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to lead us in an invocation? If not, let's remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here for the public hearings, items 15, 16, 17, please hold your comment until the item comes up on the agenda. You will be given the opportunity at that time to comment. Is there anyone that would like to come forward?
Good evening, Council. Fred Beltran, 180 East Mount View. I'm just here representing the Res Commission, item number 19, in case you have any questions when the report comes out to you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. I came here 2 weeks ago about the cannabis licensing. I got an email. Apparently, I didn't stay for the whole meeting, and apparently what was decided was to take the third license that had been appropriated and change it from a medical only to a recreational medical license, and then award it to a wholly owned applicant. I think that's a good idea, but I do think there's a couple things. Because we have to change the ordinance, you know, in thinking about it, it's probably good to consider maybe not just modifying the one, but maybe adding 1 or 2 more wholly owned ones, and I'm going to tell you why. Measure R passed pretty handily. Now, Measure S, which I thought was less controversial, didn't pass. So apparently the people in Porterville knew what they were voting for, and they voted, I would say, not overwhelmingly, but in the majority for recreational marijuana licenses. They didn't vote for a transit occupancy tax, which wouldn't have affected them at all, but it shows you, in my mind, how well they thought of both of the issues and decided the one that they thought was important enough and the one they decided to not. The reason I'm advocating for maybe the addition of a couple of wholly owned ones for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think we gave 2 to people that aren't wholly owned, and so if we gave maybe 2 to people that were wholly owned, it would be more equitable. Also, what happens is if you do 2 to 3, it makes it easier for you to pick one, and I'll tell you why on that is that if you follow your same process, then really the person that gets the next permit would be the next highest scoring wholly owned one. But that's not necessarily the person you may want to pick. And then the next person down may be somebody you want to pick, but then you're kind of not in conformance with what you've already kind of done. So if you do 2 or 3, then you don't have to pick between people. And they say, well, gosh, Greg, we're going to have a whole bunch of licenses. No, I can tell you what's going to happen. The average from all the licenses in Tulare County is really about 50% that get allotted ever get built. And when Woodlake did theirs, 2 were allotted, 2 were awarded, only 1 got built. And the reality is the other one's never going to get built. When they did Lindsay, 2 were allotted, 1 was awarded, only 1 got built. When they did Farmersville, there was only going to be 1. There was 5 applicants, all from the Tulare County. There was, much like our procedure, there was some question when they awarded it to 1. So when a new council came in and they decided that any of the 5 that did the application, they allowed them to award them a license. Now, what's interesting is only 3 of the 5 took them up on the offer. And of the 3, only 2 ever got built. So typically, it doesn't matter if we award 1, 3, 5, or 7, you're probably going to get 2 or 3. So I think that in the interest of equity and also, to try to make it, look like we're trying to do more, maybe consider when you rewrite that ordinance, adding another 1 or maybe even 2 more, and then give the local guys a chance to compete, because I honestly believe that some of these guys aren't going to do it. Some of them bought them just got them just so they can get their, so they can make their stock look better. And so anyway,
Thank
that's my
you.
thoughts on it.
Brock Neely, address on record. I just wanted to refer to item 20 on the agenda. And I did some research with the Department of Social Services, and their site is very vague on what kind of people are going to be housed in this care facility. And not knowing what kind of inhabitants they're going to be having, whether they're parolees, whatever, being that close to a school, I'd say no. You've already got one in that area. The law says it's over-concentrated already. That close to a school, that needs to be taken into consideration greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to come forward? Do we have any electronic oral communications?
We do, Your Honor, have a comment received from Judy Bedell. I hope you will reconsider denying Porterville Cars and Coffee from hosting their outdoor events once a month. They have been very compliant with social distancing and encouraging safe practices while offering a much-needed opportunity for the community to do something enjoyable. The event is free. It is an all-ages event. It is open to anyone. It does not generate revenue, merely memories and friendships. Please reconsider allowing this event to continue once a month. Judy Bedell.
Is that the only one? Okay, thank you. We will move on into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. We will start with the City Council Ad Hoc Committee Provision of Local Water Services. Councilmember Gurrola?
Yes, the committee met on November the 4th to review the financing results. And I'm just going to do some of it, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lawless. The proposal to finance the acquisition and construction of additions, betterments, and extensions, improvements of the city municipal water enterprise is fully underway in preparation for the meeting that'll be on December the 1st and be before the council. The sales agreement relating to the project and between the corporation as a seller and the city, as I said, will come before the council. The agreement's total principal amount of certificates will not exceed $36,000 so long as the interest rate is for the certificates does not exceed 3.95. The council at its December 1st meeting will provide authority or can provide authority to approve bond documents and POS, which is preliminary official statement, and to authorize the sale of the bonds with pre-closing anticipated by January 26th. There is a calendar that has been put together to when those documents will be going out, when they'll be going out for to the market, and we'll see how the market holds.
So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lawless.
And really nothing, Councilmember Grola did a great job of summarizing kind of where we're at. The city council can anticipate a resolution of authorization at your meeting on December 1st. That will also adopt the preliminary official statement describing the project and proceed forward in looking at going to market second week of January and looking to close, as the council member said, I would say by the 21st of January. We do have our ratings call with Standard & Poor's on December 10th. So that will be something that Mr. Knight, myself, and others will be participating in, and we are anticipating a very good rating. But we will have our ratings call on December 10th.
Thank you.
I don't know if if Councilmember Penalosa wants to add anything.
No, I think everything was covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go into the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 5th of November, the ETGSA met for its monthly meeting. At the meeting, we firmed up the policy on the extraction fee, as well as continued discussions on the rules and regulations that we've been working on for some time. There's some continued discussion on what it means to be a de minimis user in the end, and in relation to the extraction fee, as well as some of the other details. So that's still a work in progress, but it's moving closer to having those rules and regulations finalized. Also, we took the step of looking at the scope of work for Four Creeks, who's been operating, doing some of the work for the GSA. So going over their rate sheet, as well as some of the work that needs to be done over the next year, and going ahead and moving with that for now until the GSA is able to take care of that with its own staff potentially in the future. Also, Mr. Knight, did I miss anything?
No, you got everything. They're still continuing to talk about management areas in which the city would fall into, a municipal management area. So we're still having discussions about that as well, but everything else, yes.
Thank you very much. The Tulare County Association of Government Sustainable Corridor Committee. I'm actually going to carry that over for the next council meeting. However, I do want to put emphasis on that Porterville is a step ahead in a lot of the projects that are going on, especially on the corridors and on the 190. And I want to thank Mr. Ridenour for being on that other committee that ties into the venue and to the formula. You might want to share yours. And like I said, I will bring back all the information, but this is one of the projects of the signage and the Welcome to Porterville, and that is in the woodworks and the process. So there's a lot to look forward to, and I will be reporting out at the next meeting. Is there something you'd like to say
Yes.
to that?
This project has been going on for some time. We have various partners, and this is to bring tourism to the city of Porterville. That's why we had the measure on the ballot. But this will become, hopefully, mile markers as well, leading up to the Trail of 100 Giants. So, and on possibly one of the roundabouts.
Yes. A lot of projects going out in that direction, bridge and corridors and the roundabouts. So I'll be bringing that back. Okay, we will now move into the City Council Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. The ad hoc committee met on the 9th of November. As we recall, the council was in deliberation about 2 licenses for adult use cannabis, as well as the suggestion that there could potentially be an additional one in the near future. And the ad hoc committee was meeting just to simply look at how that may work, and bring back some recommendations for the future here for the council. So again, trying to rewrap the yarn that was unraveled with the change, but trying to do it as orderly as possible, so when it comes to you, you'll be able to deliberate.
Thank you. The Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, the meeting of November the 12th.
Yes, can I put the one for the 12th and the 16th together,
may.
since they both relate to one another?
Yes, you may.
The one of the 12th was an ad hoc committee, and I believe I may have discussed it at the last meeting, that was the development of the job description for the director. That was completed, and it was presented to the ad hoc committee on November the 11th and was approved. And we also approved a schedule for the application process. On November the 16th, that meeting, there was a presentation by CalSTART that was given to the membership to determine if we wanted to become a member of CalSTART. CalSTART does funding, grants, they do lobbying for transit, so they do various things. One of the areas that I was very supportive of with CalSTART is that they will actually write the grants for us, and so that won't take time away from staff. And they will obtain the information and then write the grant. And we have been successful in getting a grant through their organization, and that was the HOPE. Is that correct, Mr. Lawless? The HOPE. So I think it would be a good path for the regional transit to start. There was also a presentation on the regional fare system, and that one was a little bit different because it was on how they could do using technology for use of purchasing tickets, and there's also a way to do that through the cash process. The board took action on the executive director's recommendation of the job description, hiring agency, and office location. I will tell you that, and Vice Mayor Reyes was on the call as well, so you can at any time step in as well. When we had this discussion, I thought we were going to be discussing the salary range with the membership to determine if they wanted to go from 110 to 160 or move the range. And there was a motion made to accept it as presented and a second, and I asked for clarification because I thought we were supposed to have a separate discussion on not so much the other items, but at least on the salary range. And I didn't feel that we should go with 110 to 160 without further discussion by the board. So I voted no. I was the only voted no for the city. I believe in the job description. I felt with the hiring agency, the office location, no problem. But I asked the board to have a discussion on that item, and they did not want to do that. They wanted to move forward. Is there anything else?
No, I think you summed it up quite nicely, and I think that kind of shows too that the members are at some different levels and looking, and whereas all the details were there, it was a very well thought out document with a plan on what to look for, but with the suggestion of narrowing down what that salary would be, and I think it speaks to the positions of each of the agencies and where they're at on the scale of what the thought and depth of detail we're having discussions for right now. And so having jumped over that discussion with the salary just shows me they're interested in getting the groundwork done, but some of the details they maybe haven't considered to the degree that could be. But I appreciate you trying to at least narrow it down, because eventually as the finance committee comes together, those thoughts are going to be very important to the overall outcome of the group, so.
And they will bring back that, whatever, after the interviews, whatever application, and they will bring that back to the board to determine where that should start on the scale. But I just felt that we should narrow that scale down a little bit more, and I thought that's what we were going to do. The other thing that impacts you when you're trying to work on information is that when you don't know the other council members or elected officials, because we have new elected officials, and so when you're not there present in the room to really push that, then you're really at a disadvantage when you're on Zoom in some ways. The other item was the fair change in procurement policy. I had a issue with that. So I may not have laid it out as well as I intended to, but Mr. Lawless came to the rescue. In that policy, that all procurements would go through for approval through TCRTA, the regional. And my question was, how can you do that when you have a city council or a board of supervisors that has oversight over that money? And if it's coming to the city or the board? And the other is that, when does it begin? Does it begin in the new fiscal year? What happens in the interim? And so they really didn't want to discuss that much. So anyway, Mr. Lawless brought out some very good points, and that is, what money are we talking about? Is it all transit money? You know, and the city of Porterville has a lot of transit money. And I said, are we going to turn in $175,000, $200,000 that we're doing? To who? To the board? And I'm going to be honest, a lot of the board members don't know anything about transit. They really don't. And so they need to understand what this money means to the cities, and they can't be pulling from the pool from the city of Porterville. You can add, Mr. Lawless, or.
Well, I think your assessment is completely accurate, that there is a big gulf of information that is going to need to be. I asked just a simple question, which is, okay, you talk about transit, I said, well, what monies? Are you saying that if the city has a CARB grant, we have to, that's specific to the city. Is that subject to the RTA? Which funding source? Is it our 5307, which is our jurisdiction? Which, is it LTF, which, that's the big, which Transit First has to get paid before you do any of your road work. So, and then it was kind of interesting, the conversation turns to, well, consultation. We wish to consult. Okay, well, that's not what the policy said. The policy said shall approve. And so I think there's going to, I think everyone's still trying to figure out get its feet under itself. I think the intent is to there are systems well behind where Porterville is, and they want to get there, and they're trying to get there as fast as they can, and trying to put together policies for the right reasons. And it was explained that was so that we didn't have, if the RTA is moving forward with electric buses as an example, because we're supposed to, that's the mandate that we have, that we're not out buying diesel. But the thing that they're going to have to really work on, and there were some great recommendations that the council member made about, well, make it when the assets become that of, once the assets become that of the RTA, then that is when you make those decisions. Because right now, it's the monies, even though they do come through TCAG, and that point was made, there's still local monies that come. And so what ultimately at some point there will be where those decisions of buying that equipment will not be the cities. They're not there yet. And I think that was the point that everybody that was being drawn there, is that you're saying you have the authority, but you actually don't have the authority, and that's going to be sometime in the future. I'd suggest it's probably 3 years out. I think that's probably what you're looking at. There's a little bit of I don't know what the right word is. wanting to be earnest right now because there is a thought that there may be another CARES Act release. And so wanting to have some say in how that money gets spent at a regional, I think that's a little bit of what's going on in the background. So, but it's just, I appreciate the attentiveness that the vice mayor and I mean, again, it's another meeting and having to focus. And most people in that meeting aren't familiar with the language that's being, and don't really know what, and in fact, that Mr. Tree's having to fill in a lot of the gaps as well as to what some of these elements mean as a contracted back service to the RTA.
And I had recommended that perhaps what the cities should do, because we don't want them buying CNG buses, we want them buying electrified buses. And so perhaps that the contract should say the transit needs should begin the process of closing out, oh no, I'm sorry. It's better to have, if any equipment purchases meet the technology requirements that's set by the RTC, because that's what they're going to be doing. And so, but again, I fought the battle, I lost the battle,
No.
but I did get some wording in.
You did, and I think that trying to get the point down to narrow it, to get down to brass tacks as soon as possible is important. But I think one of the pieces, and I'd suggested it, I think for the second time, that, and it would help, that when each city does an assessment, a needs assessment and an assessment of where it wants to go with transit in the next 2 or 3 years, it will tell all the other agencies what people intend to do. Then that money won't be up for as much of a skirmish, because you'll know that they have intended to use money they've already pre-programmed and acquired on their own to accomplish those things. Then from there, it's just about alignment of everyone, and I think that's the piece that everybody's looking at. But as we know, once you get that the assets or the funding for transit, sometimes that begets other funding because you're now able to do another service. And I think that that's the piece where people are looking for this maneuvering to consider what's an asset of mine and what's not. And all we need to do is look back at the Waste Management Authority and see at the end that the trailers and different things that it owned, that everybody was either fighting to not be responsible for or have to pay insurance for, and even the EDC, when it had closed out a store that was kind of a visitor center with tons of equipment. So there's a fine balance there.
Yeah, so I would, again, just for future, since I'm going off that board, that there really needs to be, I think, a training 101 for some of the members. They have to start getting themselves untied from whoever their contractor is. And that needs to start happening now. And so in order to be fully, at least some knowledge of transit, I really think that the training, at least education, needs to happen. Thank you.
Councilmember Garola, I want to thank you. You have a history for many years, especially on the Tulare County Association of Governments, which ties into this committee, because it took years to get here. And I want to thank you for the knowledge that you bring to this committee and the importance. You yourself told me when I got onto the TCAG, it's one that you have to attend all meetings, and it's for these reasons. And I want to thank you for that, because you are correct that it's a tough committee. And not everyone is on the same page when it comes to transportation.
I have to tell you that when I walked out of the office at the house, my granddaughter was there, and she said, "Hey, Grandma, what's wrong?" I said, "I lost one, and I don't like losing."
You're not alone. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And Vice Mayor, you already know what you're getting yourself into, huh? All right. Well, thank you for that as well. All right, we will move on to the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. City Commission and committee meetings, Parks and Leisure Services Commission, there are none. Library and Literacy Commission, there's no one here to report. And Arts Commission, Animal Control Commission, Youth Commission, Transact and Use Tax Oversight Committee, none.
Not for
Okay, staff informational report.
Mayor, if I
Oh,
could,
please.
listed here was a special meeting from the ETGSA that I just wanted to mention that it was an extension of a closed session item from the previous meeting, which was still unresolved, so there's nothing to report on that, but I just wanted to let you know
Oh,
since
thank
it
you
was
for
on the.
that. I just went right over it. I'm glad you caught it. I felt you reported it out already. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead with the staff informational.
That was number 7. Is that- What's that? Did you want to do a report on number 6? There was a COVID ad hoc committee. I guess.
I can do that real quick.
Oh, I apologize.
So we had a COVID ad hoc committee meeting, which was on the 12th. Councilmember Garola and myself were in attendance as well as staff. And this meeting, we went over a new applicant for an outdoor dining permit, which we were able to identify as ready for that permit, as well as considered an event that took place this past weekend and how that might happen, and even considering in the context of where we're at with COVID and narrowing opportunities for events, how we might move forward with applications that were similar in the future. So we still encourage everyone to make those applications to the ad hoc committee. That way we can give the proper guidance as well as see what's happening in the community and make sure everybody stays safe while everybody's operating with every opportunity that they can have.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Just your one report, monthly report on water conservation status for the month of October saw a 20% reduction in or savings in the use of water, which continue cumulatively. We're still at 26.1%, in line with the city's goal. There were 21 notices of violations issued and 1 administrative citation. And a good time to talk about transitions back in the watering weeks coming up December 1st.
Thank
So
you.
single-day watering weeks.
Thank you very much. All right, we will now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council members.
I'd like to pull item 12.
Item 12 has been pulled. Be that there are no, please.
If there's no other items to be pulled, I'd approve items 1 through 11 and 13 and 14.
We have a motion for items 1 through 11, 13, and 14.
Second.
And we have a second.
I'm here.
No further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Garola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now move on into the public hearings.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 3 public hearings scheduled for this evening. The first is to consider a request to approve modification number 3 to the Pacific Rim Commercial Mixed Use Project. And Mr. Ridenhour will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council, at its meeting on March 5, 2013, the City Council approved entitlements for the development of the Pacific Rim Commercial Mixed Use Project. The entitlements include a general plan amendment, zone change, tentative parcel map, and conditional use permit to facilitate the development of a commercial mixed-use development that included 168 multifamily residential apartment units and 40,690 square feet of commercial uses and 18,000 approximate square foot of 2-story office buildings and a 518-unit personal storage facility. At its meeting on March 17, 2015, the City Council approved modification number 1 to the mixed-use project. The applicant requested modifications to the commercial element of the project to increase the retail space from 40,690 square feet to 70,310 square feet, removing 18,000 square feet of office space and reducing personal storage facility from 518 units down to 214 units. The entitlements included modification to the conditional use permit and ordinance amendment as well. At its meeting on December 1st, 2015, the City Council approved a second modification to the Pacific Rim Mixed-Use Project, also known as Modification Number 2. The applicant requested a modification to the personal storage facility component of the project to convert the 3.32 acre parcel designated for the self-storage units into 32 apartment units as an addendum to the existing Village at Henderson apartment complex. The entitlements included a zone change, rescinding a CUP for personal storage, and a modification to the CUP. The City Council adopted a Resolution 115-2015, which included conditions of approval for the 32 apartment units, as well as 70,310 square feet of retail space. The applicant at this time is requesting a further modification to provide an option of additional residential units by reducing the commercial component of the project. Currently approved is 70,310 square feet of retail, which includes the existing Tractor Supply, and 32 units of multifamily apartments. This modification will result in an option to develop the project as approved or reduce 32,629 square feet for a final commercial project of 37,681 square feet and increase the previously approved 32 units to 104 multifamily units. This doesn't include the 168 units already developed at the Village at Henderson and the 80 units at Newcomb Court Apartments. A matching 6-foot-tall concrete block wall with pilasters and stucco finish proposes to surround a 72-unit addition and provide separation to the single-family residences to the south as well as the remaining retail component. In the addition to the block wall separation, a condition of approval has been drafted in the attached resolution to create a landscaping buffer to the low-density residential south of the project by requiring the developer install mature trees at a minimum of 24-inch to 48-inch blocks along the entire southern and western length of parcel 1 of the parcel map 5097. This is a proposed main access point along Henderson Avenue at the most westerly part of the project, as well as fire access midpoint. While the modification area will not have a physical access to the 168 units at the Village at Henderson, the project will be consistent with the overall design and theme of the complex by incorporating a Spanish Mission concrete tile stucco finish and contains similar colors. The design and development standards of the 72-unit apartment addition complies with land use designation and zoning of the commercial mixed-use district. The design meets the open space standards, and each unit shall be provided 50 square feet of personal outdoor space. The pedestrian connection from Fairhaven Avenue will be required to be continued to Henderson Avenue and will be required connectivity to additional units. The proposed modification to the Pacific Rim Commercial Use Project complies with the design criteria and development standards for land use designation and zoning of the commercial mixed-use district. The modifications do not affect the integrity theme of the overall development project. The project will be consistent in design by incorporating the Spanish Mission concrete tile, stucco finish, and contain similar colors. The modification request would require a modification to the conditional use permit for the mixed-use development. Approval will allow for a conversion of the retail space and to add 72 units to the already approved 32 apartment units. This proposed modification will not have a substantial adverse effect on the surrounding land uses and conditions of the approval or in place to protect the public safety and interest. The remaining commercial component will be required to additionally comply with the requirements of Section 203-.04 of the Portable Development Ordinance that includes standards for pedestrian orientation and design criteria. The CMX General Plan Use Designation and the zone classification will permit the modification and features of development as proposed. All the buildings throughout the project provide consistent design, colors, and features. The abundant landscaping and architectural features through the facility present a sense of place while providing a convenient location for multifamily residential uses and commercial uses. The proposed project conforms to the city's general plan land use and housing elements, and the development of additional housing will help to increase the available housing stock in the community. On October 7th, the environmental coordinator made a preliminary determination that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15332 of the California Code of Regulations. Staff recommends that the city council adopt draft resolution for modification number 3 to the conditional use permit, PRC 2012-002-C, to the Pacific Rim Commercial Mixed Use Project. Staff is available, as well as the applicant is available via Zoom as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 7:17. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth? No one has come forth, and we didn't receive anything electronically.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. It is 7:18, and we will close the public hearing and bring it back. Council?
I think Mr. Ohadi's on,
Yeah.
Your Honor. You want to-
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Can you see me? I'm so sorry. I keep losing you, unfortunately. I saw a picture for a second and it disappeared again. Hello?
We can see you and hear you.
Oh, I can see you now. That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Did he want to say
May
anything?
I-
Public hearing.
May I approach the podium from the far and
Please.
send our greetings from Malibu? I apologize for not being there in person. Unfortunately, my father is in a critical condition, and I have been going back and forth from the hospital. At any rate, the reason we wanted to make a minor modification to Phase 3 of our project is based on our experience in the past 3-4 years. We have tried extremely hard to be able to attract some commercial development to go next to the Tractor Supply. And for some odd reason, that section of our project is not very appealing to the commercial, national commercial users. We have had calls from smaller businesses that they are interested to rent once we build a project, but the total square footage basically did not give us any justification to undertake such a major construction of the shopping center. So I had spoken to the city manager and the team, and basically the recommendation was that, yes, we're supportive of the expansion of the housing phase, as long as you can maintain certain percentage of the commercial. So, and we have agreed that, and the new proposed plan, if you look at it, basically still retains all of the pads, and also we have inline retail development that is being proposed. And in terms of expansion of the 32 units that you have already approved to 102, we have seen the tremendous amount of need in Porterville for housing. The project that we have built, both Phase 1 and Phase 2, are enjoying high occupancy in excess of 95 to 96%. And we receive calls frequently about people's desire to be able to be provided with housing. So what we thought, humbly, to ask the city council this evening to allow us to basically have a overlay zoning, which would allow us to proceed with the housing development. And in the meantime, if for some reason, magically, there would be a national retailer that would be interested to go there, and then we will share that with the city council, and we can go either way. But as we speak this evening, really would believe a more realistic development should include the expansion of the housing and that multifamily development Phase 3. And I believe really the project, is going to help everyone. And if there is any question that you have that I can answer or Scott could answer, And I believe my partner, Jack Riley, that is in Hawaii, also is listening. So if you have any question for any of us, we gladly would be delighted to respond to any question that you may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is appreciated. Nice to meet you virtually.
It's a pleasure, likewise. Again, I apologize that I didn't have, the opportunity to come there in person.
Thank you so
Forgive me.
much. Okay. Council? Who would like to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Ohadi.
Good evening.
So you're wanting to reduce your commercial and increase your housing, and you said, at what percentage do you want to decrease the commercial?
Well, if you look at the site plan, I'm afraid, I don't have, my screen is dark. I don't know why,
Yeah, I have the site plan here.
I was able for a moment to see that. So maybe, Scott Vincent could walk you through that to explain to you, how we were able to modify the overall site plan to increase the number of units right there. Scott, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay.
Basically, from where we first started, going through the modifications, at one point we were up to 70,310 square feet of commercial development. We're now dropping 37,681 square feet. So we're about cutting it in half.
Half, yes. And as you know, we have tried very hard the last 4 years, and we have been very loyal, as you know, and we have been determined to complete that particular project, which is really a fantastic project, to be beneficial to all. It's not just only us, it's good, what's good for the city. And since we don't have, as you know, the economy has changed, the type of purchasing that you all make, you can basically get on your computer, from your kitchen and order whatever you like and have it delivered. The old days that, they were at the mercy of going to a store really is gone. So that doesn't mean that there would be no retail development. There is always a retailer that would be interested, but the level, has dramatically dropped. And since this particular site is not a corner lot, and Jason can explain, it's not very appealing to a lot of retailers. That retailers would like to have a corner lot to be able to access from both ends in terms of visibility, and they want to be in the center and the hub of commercial where the activities are. And this particular project, we have some residential single-family homes right across the street. And, I tell you, the best use, we thought, would be to be able to get the apartment and the number of units expanded and provide housing. And as Scott indicated, we still have another 30-some thousand square feet of retail that we will continue on with the development of it. So it would be the best of both worlds. And if for some magical reason, we would have a tenant that is interested with having the overlay zoning, that would allow us to go both directions.
Well, you do have a good project. I've been on council since you started this particular project, and I've seen its modifications through the various times. And I can see that we now have different circumstances in terms of retail, and that you're trying to do the best you can to be competitive in that market.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, did you have any comment or any question?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any comment or question?
I just had a comment, Mayor. I would just say, I appreciate, having Mr. Ohadi on the call here to just get an understanding, and appreciate staff creating this evolving changes diagram for us for those that haven't been on council to just see the changes to modifications to this specific commercial mixed use project. Yeah, I think I appreciate the honesty and the changes that are existing in the retail world, and I think it all makes sense. I think it looks pretty good in terms of the idea and of decreasing your square footage to retail and adding these multi-family use units. So I think it's valuable. There's apartment complex right next to it, right, already. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Thank you for being on here and providing some insight to your
Thank you.
vision on this. Yeah.
As if I may, thank you so much. Just maybe explain the obvious, but just in case, like the city council would like to know, the affordable phase is fully occupied. The market rate is almost fully occupied, and we can see the trend. We can see the need for housing. And in fact, I was speaking to Jack Riley that I think when we build the phase 3 apartments, which would be 104, I believe that Porterville could support an additional 200 units beyond what we're proposing to build. I'm talking about new construction, not existing. So the need is there, the demand is there, and the support is there. And overall, with working with your staff, it's been a joy. We've been together for many, many years, and they listen, they were very patient, and they recognize really sometimes we have to change with the times, you know what I mean? And what the market demands and dictates, and that is why we came to you with the proposal that is before you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And yeah, usually I'm a pretty by the book person when sometimes when I see the evolution of plans, I think maybe it's not always positive, but in this case, there's been some very constructive and thoughtful changes made over time to accommodate the project, and whereas the entire project remains a good-looking project, and the existing units are also, from what I've heard, good projects. I think that Porterville could use housing at every level right now, so the housing is definitely welcome as well. The remaining commercial space is even though it may not fit a large retailer, it still leaves some room for small business after this trying time. If we can have some opportunities for small business to move forward, I think it still allows for that, and again, locally based with the new residents that could be in the area. So I think that the change makes sense, even though from a standpoint where I usually don't want to make changes, I can see where these have been the result of looking at being practical.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you, Vice.
Ohadi?
Yes, ma'am.
I know that this project started back in 2013, and that was before I came on to council. Having been born and raised here, I will tell you, I know the area very well. It's right across the street from my school, my high school, okay? Let me just say that, my alma mater. Nonetheless, I will tell you that as Porterville continues to grow through the annexations and through the development of housing, how important that has become statewide. And we have to deal with some of the stresses, because now that the census has been completed, that's going to change numbers as well with boundaries and the jurisdictions. However, your project, when I first saw it and I looked at it, I asked myself, okay, so he's going back to the project from what was from the beginning, but I can appreciate the effort and the time and through all the process that you have gone through to address the needs of the Porterville community where it's at right now. It could change in the next couple of years. So as I want to say that I will parallel some of the comments that my colleagues have made, that I believe that it is a good project to move forward with it.
Madam Mayor, we appreciate your support and the support from the city council and the city staff. Believe me, I tell you, we do projects practically, throughout the country, and it is refreshing to work, and it's wonderful to work, with such a group that they're so supportive and positive, and we enjoy that immensely. We thank you.
We look at the economic development and the housing development and, of course, the business aspect.
Yes.
Now, with that being said, is there any?
I have a question.
Please, go ahead.
Regarding the project. Mr. Lawless, does this affect the traffic circulation in any way? I don't know if Mr. Sanchez is on or not.
Actually, I know that has all been analyzed, and a lot of coordination has been done between Mr. Ohadi and the development group, as well as city staff, in addressing, and there are circulation improvements that will need to be constructed.
And the block wall will surround the area, and
And
we'll
there-
still have all the lighting, just as we did in the previous modification, or in
And
the
there's- and
previous stage.
Right, and there's also the planting of mature trees
Mhm.
and those
Yep.
sorts on the south side, so.
And
That
the
is correct.
entrance into the new section will be next to the fast food, is that, there's a little arrow there I see. Next to fast food, if there's an arrow, is that where you enter in?
The entrance, if I may, the entrance, would be a gated area to the right of the first pad. And
Oh.
I don't know whether you remember, where the water well is,
Yes, I
That's
see
all.
that.
the city. So it would be right to the right of it, to the west of it.
Oh,
yes.
okay, I see it now, yeah.
You see that? Straight goes right there. Yes, that's the entrance.
My eyes have gotten worse since I've gotten older, so it's going to be just like the other entrance that you have in the,
Very, very similar, maybe prettier,
okay,
yes.
thank you.
My pleasure.
No other questions on behalf of council? We can bring it back with the recommendation.
I would move for approval as, of the items as recommended by staff.
And I will go ahead and second. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. Let's call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend to all of you, and have a nice Thanksgiving. And we're so looking forward to designing this. And Scott, do you want to add something as far as your role, and let them know that how your designs are so wonderful? We gotta plug,
Well,
gotta plug your company, Scott.
I truly think that when this is built, it's going to exceed the expectations that were created by the first phase.
Yes.
So with that, I think it's going to be a wonderful asset for the city of Porterville, and I think we can move forward from there.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening and a happy Thanksgiving.
And
Thank you
our
all.
thoughts are with you, with your father.
Thank you all so much.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, we will move on to the next public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our second public hearing this evening is to consider the 2019-2020 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, commonly known as the KEEPR. And again, Mr. Ridenour will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor, City Council. The city's 2019-2020 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as the KEEPR, has been prepared for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, referred to as HUD. The CAPER reports on specific federal assistance allocated to the city for the period of July 1, 2019 through July 30th, 2020. The CAPER is a performance reporting tool for the 2019-2020 action plan program year and is required by HUD guidelines. The performance report meets the 4 basic purposes, provides HUD with necessary information for the department to meet its statutory requirements to assess each grantee's ability to carry out relevant programs in compliance with all applicable rules and regulations, provides information necessary for HUD's annual report to Congress, provides grantees an opportunity to describe to citizens their successes in revitalizing deteriorated neighborhoods and meeting objectives stipulated in their consolidated and action plans, as well as assures that citizens, community groups, and other interested stakeholders in the community develop, process, and accurately are informed of the use of the federal resources. Earlier this year in March, Congress passed the Coronavirus Aid and Economic Securities Act, also known as the CARES Act, to directly address the impacts of COVID-19. As part of the CARES Act, Congress appropriated $5 billion to HUD for allocation to cities and states throughout the community for community development block grant programs. As an entitlement city, the city of Porterville received $489,098 of CDBG-CV funds in a first tranche of funding. And later this evening, we'll discuss a third tranche of funding of $393,438. The city of Porterville's amended 2019 annual action plan to include the first $489,000 in CDBG-CV funds for economic development to help businesses affected by COVID-19 and administer the program. The third tranche of the funding will be decided for future this evening. The full report is available with the staff report. And as that, the funds from the CDBG-CV were expended and allocated after July 1. They're not included in this report, but I have a report with some stats to show what's included in the report to see how the CDBG programs have performed. As you see, many of the programs on the program year budget have allocated versus spent, have spent a majority of their funds. I'll make a few notes here. On the housing rehab, you see that's lower. One of the things that we have incurred recently is homeowners, not necessarily with the COVID-19 virus going on, wanting contractors to be in their homes. And so we've seen a decline in that. We've actually had a few people who are in the process and have requested a stay of process. As you see, the first-time home buyer program is very successful. You see that it's actually over 100% because we get program income throughout the year, and so that program income gets reallocated back into and allows those funds to move forward. As well as you see down here, the economic development business assistance at 13%. So prior to COVID, we had essentially one loan written. After COVID, this money has been utilized along with the CV funds to issue forgivable loans. And so to date of the 489, 373 have been spent. That's not allocated. On the allocated number is much higher, and we'll see that later this evening. That's near over the $500,000 mark. As far as statistics go, we have met our goal in nearly every aspect. Here, there has been a few where we haven't, but we continue to push forth. I would say that the first-time home buyer class, you see that we're down. We had a short time period with the full closure of the economy. We did not host classes because prior to COVID, we hosted classes in person, actually in this room many times. So since then, staff has designed an online presence, and we have a meeting via Zoom and go through that class. And I give a lot of credit to the staff who do that, teaching an 8-hour class via Zoom, as well as the participants. It takes some dedication, and so that's much appreciated. So we, first-time home buyer program, houses assisted. So we moved down, and we've been successful in the endeavors of having accomplishments. And here's just some pictures. We always like to show pictures are fun of what's been done throughout the year. So we've had parks improvement, we had Project Homeless Connect, the youth center, a home buyer education prior to COVID, and the first home buyer house that was utilized. The map delineates it to show that that projects are completed and loans are written for first-time home buyers and other programs throughout the community. And so it's not concentrated on one area. This also includes, we allocate, council allocates every year $5,000 for the COC. And so the COC uses those funds for the point-in-time count. As you can see, this is the most recent point-in-time count data that the staff has. Unfortunately, homeless continues to be on the rise, and a point-in-time count for this year was 213 persons, and that is an increase of 21%. Staff is available to answer any questions. And the recommendation is that staff conduct a public hearing to consider any comments received, consider the draft 2019-2020 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as the KEEPR, and direct staff to submit the report to the Department of Housing and Urban Development by the required deadline of December 30th, 2020. Staff's available for questions.
Thank you very much. It is 7:43. We will open up the public hearing. Are there any comments? There are no comments. None electronically?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. It is 7:44. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
Yeah, I just have just maybe some clarification. On the youth center, because of COVID and closing in March, some of that money was transferred over to the first-time home buyers program. So if we continue to keep that closure, which I'm sure we are until COVID does that money get transferred again? Does that happen yearly or periodically?
So the HUD requires that we have accomplishments every year with the funds. And so if one project is not going to be able to utilize the funds that have been allocated to that project, the funds there's a request that they get moved to a project that can be successful in utilizing those funds. I am hesitant to prior to with the ever-changing atmosphere and ever-changing rules of COVID. I don't want to preemptively say, that all those funds are going to be moved, but our action plan that is approved has lined out in there what happens, and so that's prior been approved, and so that's how the funds are moved, is on what's approved in that action plan.
You answered my question, because so they can be depending on the use of that particular program, or non-use of it.
Correct, and then if it's over a certain percentage, like we'll see later this evening, then it requires a substantial amendment that comes before council.
Okay. Does that affect us if the numbers in the youth center are down, or do you just do a justification to why that's happened?
Yes, so we would do a justification and put a note in there of why the numbers are down. So we put a note in the system when we IDIS.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, Mayor. I do have a question based on the report. So on the report, and so first I would just say great job to the staff working and on this specifically, and with the changes that are happening constantly and adapting to that. I had a question in regards to the homeless data that was provided. I think it was probably slide 38 or 37, 43. Yeah. It talks about their 14 unaccompanied youth. I'm curious to know what are kind of some of the resources that some of these youth that are unaccompanied, are these youth, I would say, like underage, or are they just, or are they like adults but considered young? I guess 18 years old. I don't know. I'm just curious to know about that.
So at the when we have the point in time count, as well as a lot of the point in time count takes place at the Project Homeless Connect. And so we have services available from different nonprofits as well as different government agencies throughout the region that are available there to present assistance to those persons. And so the unaccompanied youth often are between the ages of 18 to 24. So if you're 24 years of age or younger, you'd be considered an unaccompanied youth.
Got it. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I just that was the major question that I had. Have we encountered, and I'm just curious on the point in time count, so we don't really encounter underage youth that are homeless during the point in time count in the past?
That's a difficult question, as you know, we know that there is youth and families that are homeless. We see that in our community. The point in time count is a snapshot of time. Is taking place within the last 10 days of January every year in every region across the United States, to give HUD a count. And so on that night or on that day after, it may be where you're unable to locate those families, or they may not be in sight, or they may not have participated. So we know that there is youth that are homeless. We know there's families that experience homelessness. But usually when we come, there's parents with the youth, right? So the minors are usually accompanied by an adult or a parent. And we see that at Project Homeless Connect, where there'll be a parent there with small children as well. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I just want to add something to that, because your school district through their social service department also keep track of the students with the families to that regard in the homeless population. Any other comments or questions to this regard? We'll bring it back for a recommendation.
It's a very good report, so I move for approval of the recommendations as set by staff.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. There be no further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurula?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous 5-0. We'll go to the next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your final public hearing for this evening is consider CARES Act's second substantial amendment to the Community Development Block Grant 5-year consolidated plan and the 2019-20 annual action plan. And again, Mr. Reinauer will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Happy Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So let me get my papers situated. I apologize. Honorable Mayor and City Council, on March 27, 2020, Congress passed the CARES Act. The CARES Act supports prevention, preparation for, and response to the community impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, including specific sections that apply to community development block grant programs. The City of Porterville, as a CDBG entitlement jurisdiction, was recently informed of the eligibility of an additional $393,438 of funding for our CDBG-CV, a lot of letters. As part of the first CARES Act amendment, staff presented to City Council a variety of options where the CDBG-CV funds could be utilized. Council directed staff, based on eligible uses and need, that the funds should be utilized for business assistance programs to help businesses in response to the impact of COVID-19 and administer the program, including the amendments to the fiscal year 2019 and 2020 CDBG and CDBG program income funds. So we're able to use the original $489,000 as well as any funds that were program income are currently available for business assistance programs. Currently, 9 businesses have been approved for funding totaling $511,205. This total includes the $489,098 from the first CARES Act CDBG CV allocation and the regular CDBG program income from prior years. There are currently 7 businesses who have submitted an application for an additional cumulative total of $288,460. If they are all eligible for funding, this will fully expend and exceed the available CDBG entitlement and program income currently available in the Business Assistance Program. The amendment before you is necessary to use the CDBG fund, CDBG CV, from the third tranche of funding, which is the $393,438. In accordance, to submit an amendment for the 5-year consolidated plan and the fiscal year 2019 annual action plan to include the CDBG CV funding. The budget has been attached as well as it's on the screen as well. The community planning and development programs and applicable waivers which have been made available to CDBG CARES Act has allowed us to bring this forth. As required by HUD, staff has provided the public with an opportunity to comment on the proposed use of funds with a public notice, as well as we had a survey that was completed as well. Let me get those notes out for myself. But in the survey, we had a high response rate in favor of continuing the business program. So at this time, the recommendation is that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive the comment on the proposed use of HUD CARES Act funding, approve and appropriate the 2019 Annual Action Plan Amendment in order to allocate the use of the additional $393,438 in Community Development Block Grant CARES Act CDBG CV funding, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. It is 7:54. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to comment? See that there are none. Did we receive any oral communications on that?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. It is 7:54, and we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Are there any questions? Any comments? Councilmember Stowe?
I have none, Your Honor, but
you
I'd like to make a motion, we move on all recommendations submitted by staff.
Thank you. We have a motion to accept the recommendations that are submitted by staff. I will go ahead and second that. Are there any further comments? There are no further comments. Please call for roll, please. Please call.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe? Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now go into the second reading, item number 18.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have one second reading before the council this evening. This is for ordinance number 1878, which amended Article 3 of Chapter 5 of the Porterville Municipal Code. This was amending the code to allow for therapy dogs in support of your public safety personnel. Happy to answer any questions, and recommendation would be to give second reading to the ordinance.
Does council have any questions?
I would like to make the motion, Mayor.
Okay, we
To
have,
approve the second reading.
thank you very much. We have a
Second.
motion, and we have a second. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe? Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now go into this.
If I may read by
Please,
title
I
only, Your Honor.
apologize.
Ordinance number 1878, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Article 3 of Chapter 5 of the Porterville Municipal Code.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have now 5 scheduled matters for this evening. The first being to consider the rescue mission update. This was a date-specific update that was requested by the council for this this evening's meeting. And so with that, turn over the staff report to Mr. Ridenour.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council, at its meeting on June 18, 2019, the City Council adopted Resolution 43-2019 approving the conditional use permit for the new Portal Rescue Mission to allow for a social services facility located at 30 South A Street. As outlined in the resolution, condition number 1, and in compliance with the Portal Municipal Code, Chapter 21, Section 301.09, social services facilities shall provide adequate and accessible sanitary facilities, including lavatories, restrooms, and refuse containers, sufficient patron seating facilities for dining, effective screening devices, such as landscaping and masonry fences in conjunction with outdoor activity areas. To meet these requirements, New Porterville Rescue Mission was to continue to work on site improvements and to stay in touch with staff until all items had been completed. At its meeting on February 4th, 2020, staff presented the City Council a biannual update as required in the CUP to update the status of the improvements. The item was outlined as an additional information needed to be was continued as additional information was needed provided by the New Portal Rescue Mission in writing. At its meeting on March 3rd, 2020, staff provided council with a proposed plan of action that the staff considered to be quite aggressive and reported that a realistic time frame would be 3 to 6 months before there would be an issuance of a building permit. At its most recent update, in the meeting on July 21st, 2020, staff provided an update to the City Council regarding the progress of New Portal Rescue Mission's remodel project. New Portal Rescue Mission was issued a building permit on July 7th, 2020. The scope of the permit includes removing existing staff bedroom walls that open up to existing open area to accommodate 14 beds total on the west end of the building, remodel of 2 restrooms to meet the accessibility standards, the installation of 2 new concrete door landings, 1 new door landing with stairs and handrails, as well as reversing the swing of an existing door. The New Portal Rescue Mission had anticipated that this phase of construction would take approximately 3 to 4 months to complete. Council directed that an item be brought back at its meeting on November 17th, which is this evening, for an update on the progress, noting how many inspections have been taking place for the project. The New Porterville Rescue Mission contacted staff the first week of November, providing information on the progress of the project. They informed staff that the demolition portion of the project has begun, but unfortunately, structural issue was encountered during demolition that would need to be resolved prior to moving forward with the project. A structural post was discovered in the restroom wall that was being demolished to enlarge the restroom to meet accessibility requirements. Staff met with New Porterville Rescue Mission at the project site to review the issue and informed them that they'll need to consult with an architect or an engineer for a remedy. The New Porterville Rescue Mission has not requested any inspections for the permit that was issued on July 7th, 2020, as they have not completed the work that would require an inspection. Permits require an inspection take place within 180 days of issuance unless an extension is granted. New Porterville Rescue Mission's permit will expire on January 4th, 2021, unless the New Porterville Rescue Mission has an inspection or is granted an extension. Staff is available for any questions, as well as in the audience, there is an applicant or the New Porterville Rescue Mission representatives.
Thank you very much. Council.
Hi, Mayor, may I?
Please, go ahead, council member.
I had a quick question. So the question that I had was in communication, and maybe I know that Fred Beltran is here to represent the rescue mission, but I don't know if staff knows this, but have they let us know how long they may need to be able to fix the issue that they encountered at the restrooms with the structural post? Or has that been shared with us, a timeline as what if we do consider an extension?
I'll defer to Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Reiner.
Yes, so as I understand, they haven't given us a time frame, just that it is getting looked at and they want to get on it because it is a critical element to allow the rest of the work to take place. As long as they request an inspection by January 4th, it keeps a permit alive.
And when we're talking about, so if when you're saying that they can request an inspection, even if it's, even if the changes haven't been made yet, it'll still be considered an inspection. And even if like, or the inspection would have to be, they would need to request one prior to January 4th with the completed portion of the project.
Well, there would be intermediate inspections, like say they request a framing inspection. So once they demo what they need to tear it down and reframe to what the new orientation that the plan shows, that would be a valid inspection at that point, without the rest of the construction being complete.
Okay, thank you.
I just want clarification. This is an update tonight, but the actual permit expires on January 4th, 2020, but the council could decide to expire it now, but it's really not till the 21st, correct?
Well, the building permit, if no inspections are requested by January 4th, then, they would have to provide us a reason to extend. But if they call in for an inspection, it automatically renews that, so it pushes it out another 6 months.
Oh, another 6 months, okay.
Yeah, so what is up in the air is council's CUP consideration. Yeah, but for building permit, as long as they call for inspections, that will be kept alive.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez, is there not something in the building code that speaks to one extension? You've referenced something similar in the past. Where is it one 6-month extension you're allowed? You can only do it once, I guess, is the one, ask for one extension. There isn't infinite extensions.
Well, it is, it's a rolling 6 months, so as long as there's one inspection every 6 months, it could go on for multiple years, and we haven't had that.
I'm sorry, if there had not been an inspection and a request for an extension, that can only be a singular request.
Yes, correct, and what they would need to do is call in inspections from that point forward to keep it alive.
Right, but
Yeah.
so you can't ask, you basically get one, and that's it,
Yeah, one written request to extend without inspection.
without an inspection.
Right.
Councilmember Stowe, did you have any comment, question?
No, I didn't hear it.
Vice Mayor? Nothing? Please go ahead.
Just for clarification, we've already contacted the architect. He's in the process of designing that for us. We can't proceed because of that being a structural wall until he gives us the design to complete that. That would allow us to go ahead and complete one of the bathrooms, at least frame it and get inspection, probably with it, well, assuming that we'll get the design here shortly, and then submit that for approval, then we can proceed with our walls. And then we're doing one bathroom so that because we're going to remodel 2 bathrooms, we're doing 1 bathroom now so we can keep 1 operational. And as soon as we finish that with the framing, plumbing, electrical, and everything, when we finish that one, we'll proceed with doing the other bathroom. We don't want to put both of them out of commission at the same time. So, but we're proceeding, and we've demoed, and we're encountering stuff in there that it's a very old building. And so we're encountering things that unless you uncover it, you don't know what it is. And so that's what we have right now. So I'm hope with the design and everything, hopefully within the next few weeks, hopefully we'll be able to start inspections on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I ask a question?
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Beltran, about how long more do you think it'll take to complete this project at the Mission?
Well, the COVID is causing us problems too, but I think we'll probably be finished or pretty close to finish that first bathroom, probably be by the end of the year, and then we'll start on the other bathroom probably early January in that timeframe, and that'll probably take us another couple of months too. So hopefully I'm hoping again, without knowing what we're gonna encounter when we start knocking walls down, if everything goes well, hopefully in 6 months, we'll be completed. The wheelchair ramps are, some of them already in place, so yeah, everything, we're proceeding forward, and like I said, without knowing what we may encounter, but if it goes smoothly, hopefully within 6 months, we'll be pretty close to being finished.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the status update, and encouraged to continue in the moving forward progress of the project. Okay. I'm going to bring it back to council for it was only brought to us for a status update and recommendation, not that the recommendation receive the report and provide direction if as determined.
What direction do you need? Just continue the project?
I think it was just council's interest to be able to receive an update, this
Yep.
date specific as to what the status is, which is, as has been presented, that demolition had been initiated. The project's run into an obstacle that needs to be unanticipated, needs to have a design to address, which sounds like that's the hurdle to be addressed, and so construction can continue.
Okay.
I think as long as communication is maintained with the city and they're still continuing to progress through it, that I don't have any problem. They see 6 months, that there's a completion.
I don't either, as long as there's a report and the progress made in the communication with the city to that regard, and to continue to move forward with the project. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to appreciate Mr. Beltran for coming forward, because I know the last time we had a report, I think there was not many, I don't think no one directly that was part of the rescue mission came to provide a status. So I think that's a big difference. And yeah, it definitely shows that they're doing their best with what they currently can do to fix what they need to fix to be able to comply. So yeah, I agree with both the mayor and Councilwoman Garola. Yeah, as long as there's communication and progress reports, and at least we can put a face to someone from the new rescue mission coming to speak to us, I think that's appreciated.
And if it pleases the council, we can come back with an update at your first meeting of January.
That would
As an
be
update
good.
to kind of, as has been talked about, there's a permit, that 6-month timeframe that's going to come up January 4th. We can provide an update as to kind of what was the net result from today to when that date occurred.
That would be good. Thank you so much.
Mr. Lawless, typically the first meeting in January isn't held. We wouldn't have direction for the second meeting in January?
Well, I was just saying whichever meeting ends up becoming the first
Correct.
meeting. So here's what I would say, no later than January 19th. How about that?
Okay, thank you so much. Okay,
I'm not
Yes,
gonna-
I've been facilitated as the communicator between the architect and staff inspection, so hopefully things will be running a little bit smoother, and obviously the communication hopefully will get better.
okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Beltran. So do you need a motion? No?
No,
You already got
Yeah,
direction?
well, with direction, we can bring this back, like I
Thank
said,
you.
no later than January 19th.
Okay, that'd be good. All right. We will now move on into the other scheduled matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your next scheduled matter is consideration of allowing an overconcentration of adult residential facilities. I have property that is, it's not within 500 feet, but it's, I think it's not a bright line issue. So I am going to indicate that I have a potential conflict of interest in this matter, so I'm going to ask that Patrice Hildreth facilitate the meeting at this time.
I'm sorry, my computer went to a blue screen of death just seconds before.
No, No problem. Well, Honorable Mayor, I've asked Ms. Julie Phillips to provide the staff report in my accord.
Thank you so much. Okay. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenour, Mr. Wallace, and Mayor, and the City Council. The item before you tonight is the consideration of allowance of an overconcentration of adult residential facilities. Last month, the city received a notice from the state's Community Care Licensing Division, the Department of Social Services. For ease in the remainder of the staff report, I'll reference it as DSS, advising that an application for a new residential facility license had been received and that the new facility is within 300 feet or less of an existing residential care facility. These facilities are regulated by the state, and the local authorities' ability to regulate such facilities is limited pursuant to state law. Sorry about that. In any event, these are the sorts of facilities where people who may have non-medical needs but need for personal services, some sort of assisted living situation, can be housed in a regular residential neighborhood under the care of nursing staff. The state regulates them, and they are allowed by right in all residential zone districts. But the state does, as a standard, have a minimum spacing requirement of 300 feet between such facilities. However, in this instance, the letter that we received from DSS noted that based on local needs and conditions, the department is requesting an overconcentration approval from your agency. All of the approvals through community development are outlined in Series 600 of Chapter 21 of the Municipal Code, which is our development ordinance, and it identifies the administrative duties of each of the entities. So what the City Council would review, what the Project Review Committee would review, what the zoning administrator would approve, et cetera. An overconcentration for adult residential facilities is not specifically outlined in Series 600. So the primary question that staff brings before you tonight is, whose responsibility should that be? Should it be the responsibility of the City Council, or would they prefer to delegate that responsibility to the zoning administrator? As I mentioned, this is the first time that such an instance has ever come up for Porterville, so we weren't sure how to address it. Once the council considers who the decision makers should be, if the decision makers should be the City Council, staff would further ask to consider the specific situation in question, which is the addition of a residential care facility within 300 feet of an existing residential care facility. This is approximately 200 feet away from an existing facility on Nancy Avenue. They're proposing another facility on Sherrill Avenue. The ownership is not the same between the two facilities. And limited information about the facilities is really available to staff at this time. But in any event, like I mentioned, we're asking for two sorts of considerations. For adult residential care facilities, if there's an overconcentration, should the consideration of that concentration be the responsibility of the City Council to consider, or should it be the zoning administrator? And then secondly, if it is the City Council that needs to make that determination, should this particular one be approved? I'm available to answer any questions that the council may have. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties and the background noise in the report, but thank you very much for your consideration this evening. That concludes staff's report.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
First of all and foremost, Ms. Lapierre, I want to congratulate you on handling the barking that Dave gave up to you. So.
That's your new, recently approved therapy dog there in the background, thanking the council for its consideration.
I thought that was your husband at first, so I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm have any of the neighbors complained or anything or said anything about the facility going in?
Any noticing to the neighbors would have been done by the state, and any noticing would have gone to the state. So staff is not aware of any complaints. So none that I'm aware of.
So the state hasn't passed anything on to you?
That's right. And the state gave us 45 days to consider whether or not we had issue with the overconcentration.
Now, is this home primarily development disabled, or is it elderly, or?
They didn't disclose exactly what type of clientele it would be.
I can tell you what it isn't, because we wouldn't be getting the question otherwise. Unfortunately, the law is very vague. But under Health and Safety Code Section 1520, and the subsequent sections after that, you don't need to ask for this if it's a foster family home, a residential facility for the elderly, a transitional shelter care facility, or a temporary shelter care facility. So we know it's not any of those because we would not have received the request otherwise. It's a process of elimination.
Councilmember Stowe?
Yes. Unless someone else, thinks differently, I just think we should just let staff determine, the outcome or what it should be for this facility.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yeah, so for the first part, I think that the question I had is the zone administrator would be the city staff, or just getting clarification on that? Who would be the zone?
Per the code, the zoning administrator is the community development director. The director can delegate that responsibility to another staffer. Historically, it has been, prior to Jenny's absence, it was her, although she often would delegate that to me for a lot of the planning functional responsibilities. But at this time, it's Mr. Reidenauer as the interim director.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I have no issue with having zone administrator handle these, with maybe just providing an update to city council, as usually you do when it comes to things like this. And then the other thing on the second part is approving this one in particular. I guess I'm answering if we're allowing you to do it, then that's up to the discretion of a zone administrator. So.
Councilmember Varela?
Yeah, I had just read that, what the city attorney had just read, trying to figure out what kind of facility this was. I do remember way back when, my memory's getting bad, but that there was one that came before us that was overconcentration, that the council did review. I don't have any problem with the zoning administrator signing off on these or reviewing them. But we do have to remember as a council that we're placing a facility in our community, and if people get upset about it, they're going to come to us and ask us why we did that. So, and the notification is coming from the state, which probably is none, since we know what the state's like. So if it's not foster care, it's not residential for elderly, really. Oh, did you? Yes.
It's buried in regulations, so there's different categories. So you could have it could be some sort of group home, and it could involve children, or it could involve adults, and it could be development disability, or those kinds of, it's non-medical though. They typically are non-medical care. It could be a small family home, where a residential facility where the licensee's family residence that provides 24-hour daycare for 6 or fewer children who are mentally disordered, developmentally disabled, or physically have a physical disability. Could be an adult residential facility, which would basically mean the same thing, but for those that are over the age of 18 up to the age of 59. So, and because we know it's not a residential care facilities for the elderly fall under that, but they wouldn't here since we got this request, so.
Well, and the other, it says 24-hour non-medical care of persons, so that throws out your nurses that would be going in and out.
Right, it's just those that are helping with basic needs, like,
So you already have one home, and I don't know what the number that's in there, and I don't know what the number is in this one. So you're going to have in a residential area, traffic flowing through there for whoever is working in there, depending on how many shifts they have. The homeowners could also be those who are providing the care as well. But more likely that there will be others who will be working there. And so the unknown is you're going to have two facilities within 300 feet that you don't know who's in there. I mean, and I think that's what we thought about too, that I'm remembering. So I think for me, though that's not my area, but still it's within the city, I don't like seeing facilities so close in a residential area. It's like having 2 daycares or 3 daycares in a block or something. You know, you're going to have higher traffic, both with cars and with individuals who may be going there, or if the individuals are walking in and out of the area. We don't know what level of functioning they're able to have. So, you know, and I'm not trying to say, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say, really. I think we just need to be careful what we're putting into our residential areas, especially if when they say the word over-concentrated, that just puts alarms for me. That's all I have.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor?
Please, go ahead, council member.
The reason I asked if we had any complaints, if there were complaints, I would rather for the council, for us to, you know, take on any kind of controversy, because I have a home, and I'm sure, I don't know what kind this is, but, you know, it doesn't add any added traffic, mainly, and, you know, the residents are there, and they have the caretakers come in and park along the street, and hasn't been a problem in our neighborhood. And so that's the reason I thought, you know, it'd be wise for staff to, the zoning administrator to handle this. If it's a problem, then if it's gonna be a problem, if you think there's gonna be some controversy, then I refer council to make the decision and take the heat off our staff.
Thank you.
Does total capacity on the application mean, it says 2, does that mean that's only going to be 2? Or is that referred to something else?
That's my interpretation of what that would mean.
So that there's only going to be 2 residents in there besides the homeowners? That's what it sounds like. Oh, okay. I just right now saw that and thought, okay.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
So the question I had, in the process of determining no overconcentration, is there an appeal process that is part of this at all?
If there is, it wouldn't be to us, not, because there is one statute on it, and the statute simply says the city may request denial of the license on the basis of overconcentration. So if the council or if you delegate to staff decides they're going to request denial, we request denial with the state. And the state is, according to the statute, supposed to listen to that. Unless it's in those categories where they won't even ask you. So I'm guessing that there might be, but I don't know for sure. We couldn't find a whole lot of information on this process, and I've never been through it. This is the first time I've ever seen one come before.
Yeah, Ms. Phillips and I had this discussion earlier today, and I know she did some research on it and came to the same conclusion that we couldn't really find any
Yeah, I poked
finite
around to
information.
try to find some real-life examples. I couldn't find anything on it.
Only because, oh, sorry, I can see that.
No, I just wanted to also add that I also reached out to the agent at the state that sent us the notice and was unable to make contact with them.
Because some of the questions that we have, I'm wondering if couldn't be alleviated if we did leave the staff to make the determination on overconcentration, but erring on the side of being not over-concentrating.
Yeah.
And if for some reason, because some of the questions we have revolve around what type of facility this is going to be, that if they're prone to not over-concentrate, yet if there was an appeal process, that could then come to the council to make the determination, because there may be more information that is revealed about the proposed project that could help make a determination. That would kind of keep us on the hook as being the ones that hear the final say and then do get some of the heat. But that would be my thought, in order to keep it as tidy as possible, to let the zoning administrator make the determination, but try to keep it not over-concentrated.
And I'll retract what I said, because, and my apologies that I didn't see the application, it had 2. So you're having only 2, and I am sure if they're going to want to increase, the state's going to do the same thing. And I think at that point, we could look at it more. So I just wanted to retract that.
Mayor,
No concern.
Yes, go ahead.
quick question on discussion of the direction here. If be considered that any direction as far as over concentration and the level of over concentration within certain parameters that you would like the zoning administrator to consider to be a finite line, or if there's any direction of that nature. These are rare. Like I said, this is the first one that we've encountered in our tenure, but want to just be prepared to make the determination, and that council, will be in line with council's direction and vision.
Thank you.
Question? So, I would think that having staff make the determination, but use the discretion based on what the concerns were talking. So if it were a larger number, and it was definitely, that would be my thought, that leave it to the zoning administrator, but seeing the numbers and looking at it from what the proposed new site looks like, and how obviously it's over-concentrated, versus just having a hard no. Maybe there's a certain area that's better location for either amenities or access, or even curb gutter things that make it a project that seems more doable for an area. And I think that zoning administrator would be able to make those kind of determinations along with other staff. That would be my thought.
Thank you for
Mayor?
that. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree with the Vice Mayor on that. And I'm betting that the reason that the Department of Social Services is recommending that we do approve this is because of the capacity, 2 people, right? But I do want to say that we should consider what that capacity is going to be if there ever comes back to the city, the potential someone applying for something like this, and the capacity could be higher, and it could make a big difference to having another facility of its kind within less than 300 feet. So, but I'm just thinking, seeing that Department of Social Services is saying, okay, you guys should consider approving this one, and I'm thinking it's because the capacity that this applicant or person that's seeking this, this particular request has a capacity of 2 people that they will be serving. So I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why, but.
Thank you.
I think under state guidelines, if not mistaken, if they should increase the capacity, you still have to come up with a new application and bring forth to us. Is that correct, Ms. Phillips?
I looked for that too, and it was not exactly clear, but I would presume that they would do that. I mean, I get a little nervous presuming anything about what the state will
Correct.
do, but it would still proceed to be an increase. Yeah, I would think that an increase in capacity would continue to increase the, increase the concentration. So,
Well, we do know it's not a youth because it says an adult resident.
that's right. So, yeah, I noticed that too. It's not a youth because it does say it's an adult. So it's an adult residential care.
So my guess is either a home for Alzheimer's and dementia, or a development disabled or elderly. So that's probably the three choices we have in adults. So
Well, and it's not elderly, since that's also one that they would have not, we can't say no to anyways if it's just simply elderly. So it probably does involve a developmental disability of some sort, but we don't know for sure.
There's been a lot
Or
of,
I guess it could be a substance abuse facility as well, so.
I will say that, it might be, what I did notice was that those words are very much not present in any of the definitions. I don't know if that means that that's not also part of this. It's not, doesn't say that it isn't, but it's not in there anywhere.
With the state's realignment of their social services referring to individuals with disabilities, such as the closure of state hospitals, I believe we'll start seeing more care homes throughout our communities, and this may be a result of that.
Yeah, it's a good point.
thank you for that. When I first saw the application, the first thing I looked at was the capacity, and I was trying to figure out what the facility type was, which has now been explained through the acronym process, with the ARF would be the Adult Residential Facility. That explained that, because I had a question to that regard almost immediately. I don't have a problem with staff being the zoning administrator. With this being a first that's been presented, it really brings a lot of discussion to that effect. You've been given a lot of information, Mr. Ridenour and Ms. Lapierre, to this regard, haven't you? And so we're,
I would suggest that if you're going to delegate it to staff, we still need a motion to do that, or, just so that it's clear that that there's authority for the staff to make these determinations.
correct, as staff being the zoning administrator, and then again for further, that if there's something that comes up that would be conditioned upon issues or complaints or controversy, that it would be brought to our attention? Is that what I heard in
That's
the
up to,
discussion?
that's up to council.
I'm
but
bringing
I've
it
heard
out
all of
bec-
those things by the
I
council.
heard all of that, and that's why I'm bringing it out to try to summarize this.
Well, Mayor, I think it kind of feels that, I don't know, it kind of makes sense to give the power to the city council if we're considering all that. I don't know, like if we're gonna, if it's controversial, if it's, it's gonna come back to us, then maybe it should just come back to us, and then the staff will still give us recommendations at the end of the day.
Well, what I'm questioning is staff to be the zoning administrator, to do the process and to do the screening and to do all of that. Is that what I'm hearing? That's,
But do you want it to come to city council, or do you want the zoning administrator to?
well, I believe we were
Approve them.
doing, the conversation was to have zoning administrator. And I believed I heard Councilmember Stowe, he believed that the zoning administrator should do all the legwork, but if there was any complaint or controversy, to bring it back to council. So I'm trying to detach and have council summarize it here.
Well, was there a notification sent out to the neighborhood, Jason? I don't remember what the.
Not from city staff, and so.
No, by the state. Did they say, did they make any reference to that?
We haven't seen any reference to it, and we're not sure.
Okay.
So I'm not positive that we would
That's important.
see public comment prior to making a determination. Maybe after something located, it probably wouldn't,
The reason why I'm bringing that up is that it's not, the way it gets out to the public is because it was noticed on the city council's agenda. So that's important right now. As far as we know, the only public notice received by anyone on this in the city is due to the city actually putting it on the agenda to discuss the overconcentration. If you delegate it to staff, there wouldn't necessarily be that notification to the public.
And
So-
if it's not over-concentrated, we actually never see it.
No, but if there's an overconcentration, it doesn't
Correct.
get seen unless it comes to the council. is my point.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, you're
So
correct.
can we table this to the next meeting and
Yes.
find out from the state whether notification should be going out.
We have a deadline.
It's a
So-
deadline.
So there's
Oh,
a
that's
a
right.
45-day requirement.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, so.
But we could certainly, if the council wanted, they could make a decision on this particular one and then table the greater conversation of who should manage them in the future for a future date. And I could get more clarification from the state on what their process is.
I think that would be good.
I like
That was gonna be my suggestion, because they have to get this application,
Yeah.
processed, and we don't wanna hold it up any longer.
So just to be clear, I think I like that recommendation, but just want to make sure it makes sense to me. So the zone administrator component for future, future, I guess, determinations around this we're going to table that, but on this one, we can make a decision today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, council. Let's make a,
Who wants to walk the walk?
Well, I make a motion that we have, staff, determine this, zoning and. I still, I think we're moving on, we're just making more out of this than we should. There's only, it's a couple of people.
Well,
I think
can
they're
I-
capable of making a decision like that. And if it's something that's in the future, if there's more than, well, that's I'll make a motion to that.
What's your motion?
what's your motion?
Delegate
That
staff.
staff will be determined the outcome of this application.
Of this
Council.
application, that staff determine the outcome of this application. That is his motion.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Can I add to the motion just, or to whatever, or do we have to add to the motion to table
Well,
it?
if another one comes up, another application
So-
comes up more than we think, then we can make the, decision.
So a couple things. When a motion gets made, if it isn't seconded, it will die on the floor for lack of a second, and another motion can be made. That's one option. Or you can propose an amendment to that motion if you'd like, Daniel.
No, well, I just want to make sure it makes sense, because I thought so the motion is that we allow for this particular one be determined by the city staff, and then to table the conversation about whether future ones will be determined by us, dependent on the conversations with the state. Is that correct? Is that what I
No.
understood, or?
No. I'm looking at legal counsel.
Well, I don't know, Milt, were you including that? That's not what I heard, but maybe you were including that.
No,
Okay.
is that we allow staff to make the determination as application. And any other application henceforth that's, for overpopulation or whatever, it's brought back to the council, and we can make that determination at that time for each application.
I'll second the motion then.
Oh.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, we're clear. Sorry, just want to make sure it's clear.
We have a motion and we have a second.
I need it
And
clarified again, because
discuss-
I'm still
okay.
not getting it all. I understand that you want the zoning administrator to sign off on it. What was the second half? That,
Any future application that deals with overpopulation, we can make determinations on each one of them on an individual basis, if we think.
They'll still come to the city council.
They'll come to city council,
And then you can still decide if you want staff to do it or if you want to do it at that point.
correct?
That was the motion, and Councilmember Peñalosa made the second.
Do you understand that before you?
I
before we-
think we got it. At least I understand it. Does everybody else
Yes, I
understand it?
understand it now.
don't start with me, I'm thinking.
All right. Okay.
Usually you start with the person that made the
Roll call, please, and don't start with her. Make her the third one, okay?
You can start with Milton Daniel since they.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Gurrola,
I'm slow at thinking right now. Nay.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Nay.
Mayor Flores,
No.
Okay, round two. What say you, council?
move that we approve this particular request and that additional information be brought to the council regarding notifications or whatever.
Have future ones brought back
Yeah,
to the
for
council.
future ones.
Okay, the motion is that the city council approve this request with additional information, with the future ones to be brought back.
Yeah, just additional information regarding notifications.
And for clarification, you're saying that you're going to, by approving, you're saying that you're going to not request that they deny it, the state deny this one. Is that correct? Just making sure I understand.
Yes, that would the city council approve it.
It was changed a little bit because it's city council to approve this one versus having
The zoning.
the zoning administrator. That's the difference in this one. And that the additional information be brought back on future ones.
And I'll say why in the discussion.
And we have a motion,
I'll second it for discussion.
and we have a second for discussion.
I just feel that it's a responsibility of the city council when we're in residential areas. I mean, that's just my personal view. So, and that's why I voted that. Well, not that I don't have any trust in the zoning administrator, but I'm sorry, the crap's going to come back here. To put it bluntly.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I think honestly that council should make the determination initially, because this, I don't know that we could get a much smaller margin or a finer hair to split on whether to allow it to happen with two being what's asked for. So it's basically setting a threshold for guidance on what whoever makes a determination is going to be in for. So I do believe the council should make that first determination. But I still think that it could be the zoning administrator after enough examples have been made that it can just kind of be on an autopilot. So as long as that's a possibility for the future, it could work that way.
I think we'll either see a ton of these or we won't see another one for another 10 years. I mean,
Okay, okay, I
And-
like that.
And I suppose that could be something that is brought up as a report over 6 months or something, is how many of these do we see in a 6-month period or something?
All right. We have the motion and we have the second. Any further discussion? Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe? Councilmember Stowe?
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much.
You guys, got some work in there.
Okay, it's warm in here. It's really warm in here. It's- I know. Oh, okay. We will now move on to item number 21.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in the scheduled matter in order is consideration of the military banner program, and Mr. Moore will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I've asked Ms. Graybell, who was very instrumental in this program, to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, Mr. Lawless, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. The city initiated the Military Banner Program in 2016, and the program was created as a way to honor both current and former military personnel for their service to the nation and the community. The public nomination period for the next installment is starting December 1st and will wrap up February 1st of 2021. The banners are prominently displayed throughout the year, and staff is honored to report that the number of banners continue to increase significantly each year, with 36 banners in 2016, 77 in 2017, 128 in 2018, 175 in 2019, and 216 this year, 2020, with a grand total of 632 banners out in our community. As a result, additional banner locations need to be identified to accommodate future banners. Staff has provided the City Council display availability on some heavily traveled streets within the city from which those locations may be prioritized. Council may also determine their own locations. The Parks and Leisure Services Commission recommended the streets identified by the yellow on the map in front of you. Consideration was also given to 2nd Street and D Street between Morton Avenue and Olive Avenue, as well as in front of the Portable Military Academy on Pioneer Street. The Parks and Leisure Services Commission also reviewed a draft policy that outlines the military banner program. One item of significance from the draft policy is the formation of an ad hoc committee that would provide recommendation on banners that need replacing, among other duties. Another area of significance is the consideration of steps staff would take to contact those whose banners are worn out and are in need of replacement. Those individuals will have the option of purchasing a replacement for that same location when the time comes. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council consider the location of new military banners as the program expands past its current designated locations and provide direction on the draft policy. That concludes the report, and I'm certainly available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Council.
You've done a very good job in doing this. I mean, it's astonishing to hear how many military banners we have throughout the community. So my only recommendation would be that we do Morton. It's an arterial that's highly used and visible, over to Plano, to Westwood. And all those that you've identified, including the Pioneer.
Yes, go ahead, council member.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the current map that we're provided with in yellow. I do want to say though, and you know, I agree with Councilwoman Gurrola that I would like to see Morton from Plano going west, and then begin, you know, doing Westfield and then working our way west for the city. But because Morton, yeah, it seems like it has a lot of space there for us to cover that arterial, and so. But everything else, I do. It looks good. I like the current recommendations that's in front of us.
Councilmember Stowe? Okay. Vice Mayor?
I think Morton is definitely a good prospect for having the banners. It's a wider street with less egress and, well, less comings and goings from the driveways because of residential, because of commercial, and it kind of lends itself to a little bit more of a ability to look at or at least see the banners as a passenger. And so, but this whole map, I can tell that it won't be long before we're trying to find anywhere and everywhere that we can put another banner. So I think from a practical standpoint, wherever we can do it orderly and have the groupings as tightly as possible to have people be able to take the banners in a group set, in a grouping, I think the better. But I think we'll be looking for every pole we can find.
You've done a tremendous job. And I know that when the very first one, the number was, we were excited to get the numbers in the very first one. And my gosh, last year, everyone came in, it seemed like, and the numbers from in 2020 up to 216, everybody wanted it, theirs on Olive. I mean, you kidding, that really took a lot of them, but yes, I can see them on Morton, Westwood, Newcomb, finishing it out on Henderson and coming in on Westfield. That it will be full. I'd like to see it completely full. But you've done a wonderful job to that regard.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
I'm not too sure if it was also, I did hear that there was a recommendation to consider a committee, and for some reason, I just didn't, I don't know if we're making that determination today or if we're going to make that determination down the road.
If we could put something on a list, because we'll be doing a reorganization at some point, and I'm not sure how quickly we want to move on it, but if we put it on a list and at least got something going, we could hit the ground running when we
Yeah,
reorganize.
I was just going to mention that you guys are going to be looking at your committee appointments probably after you seat the new council and do your reorganization. So if there's, you could actually, if you want staff to bring that back, is there already a committee?
Is there a reason for a committee?
Yeah, I thought we had one like way back when we were initially establishing the policy for it, but I think that was it, right?
Yeah, it was just in the, looking at what the design was going to be and
Right.
that sort of thing. So it wasn't a formalized committee, it was.
It was an ad hoc, which meant it had a temporary purpose, and I think once we got it going, I think that it's been disestablished essentially.
And
Yeah,
this, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just asking because I think we should wait until the new year to discuss this, if it's something we're considering, just based on what I heard from the staff recommendation report, because I didn't anticipate that being something we're going to decide on today, but I do think we should wait until. Yeah.
And I agree, and kind of reading Councilmember Stowe's face and asking what we would need the ad hoc committee for, but just, again, to set the thresholds for when a banner needs to be replaced, and some of the other technical elements which won't necessarily come into play until we're looking to put them back up, probably in May, or in May when they go back up. So just knowing that the time frame to get that going isn't until early summer, late spring, but knowing that, looking at if any of those have deteriorated to the point where they need to be replaced, and the protocol and process to notify the family to be able to do that in time, I think, is what the ad hoc committee would be for.
That's correct. Now, what the staff was recommending is that we consider the map expansion and the draft and provide direction on the draft policy. What direction are you seeking?
Regarding the policy tonight, we anticipate that the banners up this year will still be okay for this next go-around. It'll probably be the time after they go up this next time, the new batch. That's when some are going to be looked at closely to see, it will have been 5 years, and so we anticipate some of those possibly being the integrity worn out too much on that. So the urgency on the policy part tonight probably isn't as much, of an urgent matter, I guess, as the banner locations, because once we start December 1, people will start asking, where are these going to be going up? And we'll start getting a lot of questions come December 1st on that. The one thing on the policy too, we just want to get clarification on if the council still wishes to have the banners up and go down after like this time of year and just be up from Memorial Day until around Veterans Day, or if you would like them up year-round. That was something that the Parks Commission, and in the policy, it says that possibly stay up year-round now because there's so many of them. A lot of people ask if they could be up year-round. We get a lot of that. They enjoy seeing them all the time. So that was something we wanted council's clarification on too, what they thought about.
It takes a lot of time to put them up. I've seen when they've been put up, and it's a process.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, council's desire to that, to keep them all year? Councilmember Stowe?
I have a desire to keep them up all year because it takes a lot of time to look at them all.
That's, Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yeah, I don't mind the making it available for if a resident wants to keep a banner up for the year. Why, yeah, definitely in agreement with that.
Councilmember Gurrola? Vice Mayor?
The only thought I have is that in the future, if we wanted to come up with a program that would have been in the off time, whether it's holidays or whether it's a business promotion banner that goes up, because when you look at taking them down and putting them up, it's the action of getting the vehicle and the person up there. It's not so much the putting something up and taking something down. That's a small part of the time. And if they all fit on the same space on the poles, then it just going into a year-round display would prevent us from being able to jump in with another program. That would be the only thing I'd think of, but until I could commit to that, it'd be interesting to hear what another program would look like.
I was curious about that, actually. Is there any conflict between the banners and the
Christmas.
Christmas decorations? On the pole?
The pole decorations, the like lighted wreaths, those are the only things that would not be able to fit with the banners still up. There's these little tiny lit wreaths along some of the poles. Not every pole, but some of them.
Right. So, but the Vice Mayor's comment, there has been comments in the past about other types of banners, the current circumstances of the pandemic, but, talking about, do you do something in the spring, highlighting the Iris Festival, in additional holiday decorations. I mean, there's been conversations in the past about other things, which I'm not saying that those shouldn't be discounted, given how popular and how important this program has been. I also wanted to add on the ad hoc committee, I think it also can serve a purpose to help promote this program. And I did want to take a moment, and I couldn't remember if it was Mike Knight or Javier Sanchez who told me this about, we looked at the red, white, and blue street striping and there's actually some, I'm going to call it streets and vehicle code that prevent it. And I'm going to call on one of the two of them to help me out. I can't remember which told me I think it was Mike Knight that told me that. Is that?
It was a mutual conversation.
Okay, so good. You both were there. That's why I can't disconnect it.
It was a MUTCD. It's a traffic regulations and signs and markings that informed us that we could not mark those different than what the current markings already are.
But there may be other ways, and I think that'd be kind of, I could say, a task of an ad hoc committee, and I just bring that up as it doesn't have to just, there could be other things about how to better promote this and build this program.
I'm glad you brought that up, and one of the notes I had made, without going too long about the ad hoc committee, was that it could potentially help with contacting some of the killed in action families and people as time changes and their thoughts about it softens, they may want to engage, and having a body that's a little more engaged with the process and can send out a letter and things might help. And then although I really want to have them up all year round, the thing I would be concerned about would be it would be an annual year-long replacement of some of them. There's some I think that may be in areas that receive either more sun, more shade, more water, more conditional things that could lend to them being replaced on it if they were up all year round. So I'm not opposed to the idea, just considering all the factors that could come into play.
Is that something the ad hoc committee can discuss in their meeting when that's established? Yeah.
Your Honor, I have one more thought. We always make these decisions, but we never think about the people that are putting them up and taking them down. Donnie and Mike, your people put them up, take them down. Is that going to be a burden on you if we take them down, put them up, take them down, each year, or?
Well, it's getting a little longer every year. I can say that. We're at the 632, so we'll be looking at 750, and then the year after that, and the year after that. So definitely over time, it'll, now it takes a good, probably about 5 nights to put them up. And so we'll be getting into the second week of putting them up, going forward. And then I don't know if Mr. Knight, his staff does help as well, so I don't know if he has any other comments.
Well, oh, I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, I don't have any comments. I mean, it's, Donnie staff does the heavy lifting. We have the privilege of assisting in that. We've been able to accommodate the schedule at this time, but it is a process.
Well, maybe we ought to consider if we're gonna take them down and put them up at a certain time of year, contracting them out as we do the Christmas tree lights. Because it takes a lot from staff and their everyday duties, and I know they do it at night, but still, we have to have those people, have to have some downtime, sleep. Because I was just thinking, we always like, yeah, let's buy a new park and build a new park, but we never put new staff on, and it puts a burden on those people, and, okay, let's add this road and add that road, and we never had new staff, and, that's a big burden, whether we don't think about it, but the guys in the field, they think about it all the time.
Been a lot of work. So we're all in agreement with the military banner expansion. That's a given. That's a done deal. And as far as the military banners remaining, well, for the moment, we'll just leave them up, and then when the committee forms?
Can I just make a comment?
Yes.
Please don't take what impact staff it would be putting them up and on. Make it whether you wish to have them up all the time or we wish to have a dedicated time. If we should not be complaining about putting these up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Because I heard I've heard each one of you say that you're good with the military banners being up all year.
I'd just like to know, so if you can't put the Christmas decorations up, is there somewhere else you can put them on the light poles or something?
The overhead over Main Street, those garlands will be up, and then Kaler Landscaping will be lighting right across the street here, the gazebo and a few tree lights right here along with the big tree. The ones that will not be up with the banners would be, there's, I want to say possibly 12 or 16 lit wreaths. We could look at another location for those.
Okay.
I'm not exactly
Okay.
sure
That'd be
where, but we
good.
could look at them
Okay.
and see.
Okay, that's
Do you need a
good.
motion?
It's just recommendation to
recommendation,
staff.
okay.
So the staff recommendation is the military banner expansion and to leave the military banners up all year. And then we'll,
And there will be some added wear to them, especially as they're up in the winter months.
Correct.
So they'll be better, more exposed to the elements.
Can we turn down the air a little bit?
it went from extreme hot to, yes. Okay, thank you. And you've gotten your direction then on that.
Yeah,
Do you
so
need a-
they're staying up. And we'll bring back, we'll talk in reorganization about forming an ad hoc.
Correct. Okay.
Actually, the city attorney's corrected me. We need to,
Yeah, because I think I was the only one that said they should stay up. So I don't know if, the rest of the council is in favor of that now. And after listening to the argument, banners tearing up and other banners that might want to go up, maybe we want to take them.
my only comment was, don't make it about, what the impact to staff is. This is a very important program, and we shouldn't be
Okay,
talking. I would say have our staff do it before you contract it out.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
my opinion. Hell, we'll contract folks to cut grass if that's what it's about. So, City attorney did want me to say, we're using the term ad hoc. She'd like for us to use the word standing.
Well, it just
So,
depends on what
just
the
to make-
nature of the committee is. If an ad hoc committee by its nature is actually temporary, so if we're looking at an ongoing committee, it will need to be a standing committee, which
And we-
will mean it's subject to the Brown Act.
And we'll address that in reorg, where we'll.
I think that, and that's a good point, because I mean, while we're talking about the banners and even the mention of the striping, I mean, here, we're not going to be too far from the medallions and the intersections. And if this is a committee that can even delve into that stuff, it might as well be a standing, because it sounds
Yeah,
like
it's going to
we're
have
gonna need it.
ongoing purposes, is what I'm kind of hearing from the discussion. So if you're going to meet, if you're meeting regularly at least every year, or every quarter or something, I think it's going to be, it'll be a standing committee.
Okay, this has been good discussion on the
Do
military.
you have a motion?
Did you need a motion?
I don't know, do you
No.
guys feel like you need a motion for the,
Well, I think it'd be good, if they're going to stay up year-round, I think that'd be a good
Okay.
motion, so that and it will help for us, because actually, we'll need to think about when they go up. We've typically done it in Memorial Day, and so there still will be utility, and then having them to be mounted and those sorts of things,
as
so.
well as periodic checks of them, since you won't be looking at them as you put them up and take them down. Now
Correct.
we'll be needing to go and see
Correct.
how they're doing.
Oh, can I make a motion?
Yes, you can.
I make a motion that we keep them at the same time that we have them up and down now. John's comment helped me, and thinking about other banners helped me, so I think we should keep them, as they are.
I mean, Mayor, can I speak?
Go ahead.
I think that in the comments to the Vice Mayor, I would say to allow for them to be, allow the map expansion, how it's recommended, and then keep them up for a whole year. But if a new program were to arise, then we could just readjust then to the, changing the having them all year long, so to allow for other future potential programs that could go up in the future. I don't know.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment to your motion, Councilmember Stowe, and that we leave them up at this point when the ad hoc committee is when the standing committee is established, that they determine and bring to council a recommendation if there are other programs that they would like to seek out.
Absolutely.
Second.
All right, we have the motion and with an amendment, and the second. Is no further discussion. Let's call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now move on to the military to the number 22. We just did military banner.
Thank you, Honor. Your next scheduled matter in order is your regular status and review of local declaration of emergency for COVID-19. I'll just be brief in my comments. Obviously, cases are surging across the United States, but locally as well. Just in the last 2 days, we've seen just in the 93257, according to county records, 120 new cases in the last 2 days. We heard the governor, that, since the staff's report, the governor came yesterday talking about applying the emergency brake, which there were 40 counties that went backwards, I guess you would say. In fact, even Orange County went 2 tiers. It went from orange to purple in one fell swoop. So already the staff report, which typically is updated on Tuesdays, would have been updated today, was updated yesterday with 41 counties in the purple tier, 11 in the red tier, 4 in orange, and 2 in yellow. And so obviously there's, I would say, been a surge that not only the state but the nation is concerned about. I would, having talked about that, there are some positives. I'm pleased to say that the Navigation Center opened this past weekend, passed its certificate of occupancy, or was completed. The 15 emergency shelter, it opened on Sunday. 15 emergency shelter beds were all full by that evening. The 15 transitional beds, I believe, are now full as well. So there are 30 residents currently now at the Navigation Center. In conjunction with that, there's the Project Room Key, which is operated by the county, which right now there is 40, according to their records, 49 rooms available. Right now, 84 of 133 rooms under contract are filled. So with that, those are kind of the major highlights, and ask that the City Council take the evidence presented as making a continued finding of a declaration of local emergency.
Council, do you have any questions? No questions? I move that we continue the proclamation of local emergency, the declaration.
I'll second.
We have a motion and we have a second. No further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous 5-0. And we move on to the next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as our final scheduled matter for this evening, Councilmember Gurrola had requested the removal and consideration of the renewal of the Aiken Water System Consolidation Agreement, and staff is happy to present the staff report or answer any questions as appropriate.
The reason that I asked for this item to be pulled, I'm supportive of the renewal, that's not the issue. The issue is that we've been doing this since 2014, and we still have not got a completed project with water being provided by a master meter. And I've dealt with this once before, and this type of system is that the property owners pay a portion of that bill that's received by I don't know who, and it's just divided among the homeowners without consideration of the number of people in the household. And I'm sure this is the way it's done here. Eventually, it'll become a nightmare because somebody's going to say, well, I have less people in my house, but you have more. Why am I paying the same amount? The State Water Board made a commitment to this city to complete the project and leave the city whole. Now, they think the drought's over, and so things are okay, so now they can just walk away from their commitment. I say no, they cannot just walk away, because they're going to come back and ask us to help them out in other projects. And they're going to jump over this project and never get done. And so I believe it's time to make a presentation to the State Water Board and ask that this project be completed. We need to start putting pressure on them to do what they said they were going to do. And if they're not going to do it, then why should we take on any other water, that they may be asking for other areas. I'm just really, the Aikens has been going on and on and on, and we've just not come closer to it. So I just wanted to make that statement that I think it's time. It's time for the council to just say, that's enough. We're going to go up, or we're going to meet with the water board or do a presentation. We did that. When did we do that, Mr. Lawless? I can't even remember. But anyway. Yeah, when we went. That was on another issue. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was 15. Yeah. But it perked up their ears a little bit, and we did get something from it. So I don't believe information's flowing to the board. I'm sure it's not. And so there's somebody in some office that, has these projects and just keeps overlooking it or whatever. But, and I understand COVID and everything, but this was prior COVID. This needs to get done. So I just wanted to bring that forward to the council as I prepare to leave.
And that's been going on for a long time, and I have to agree with you. I know it was stressed even before I came on. And Mr. Lawless and I had been invited to Senator Hurtado and had the water people there, and he freely shared his concerns with the board. There was a board representative there of what hasn't been completed and the promises, and I don't think we've heard from them since that meeting.
They'll just contact us when they need something.
You know, I'm going to look to Mr. Knight, because this is what he does every day, and there is a disconnect. I will tell you, and I think you know, you have the regional folks that we work with, and we've got great relationships with. In fact, they were here in this chambers when the water board staff came and told you they weren't going to honor their agreement with you anymore, and they shook their heads themselves, right? They said, this is all the work we've been working on together, which, you know, the higher ups, so to speak, they're going in a different direction, and it just knows that it makes their jobs more difficult. It's not the regional staff that I would say, and I guess that's what you know, if Mr. Knight had who is the ear we should be talking to, because I know it's not Chad Fisher and the folks at DWR that, you know, these kinds of conversations, how at least some progress gets made, but I know that they're getting tamped down from the top, and I guess that really becomes the question. If there's a directed approach, where would that be to?
That's a very good question. With the COVID situation that we're currently operating in, communication has been very difficult. So prior to the COVID crackdown or restrictions, most of the water board employees are all working from remote offices now, and so just trying to get into communication with department staff has been difficult. One of the positive things out of this situation is this is essentially, and I know we've been saying that for a number of years, this is essentially the last step in this process to try to secure the project to move forward. And it's probably been, I would say 8 months ago, we had a conversation with the water boards, and we had a very candid conversation to outline council's concern and speak to the fact that, yes, this project has been sitting on the back burner and has not moved forward. And here we are moving through the East Porterville consolidation, battling over the capacity numbers that are having to deal with the well construction and the funding sources and all of that. And so we had a very frank conversation to state that if we don't move something forward, if we can't prove that the state is willing to get these projects in alignment and get them funded and get them in place, we are going to have a severe breakdown in the relationship that we currently have. And surprisingly, it was very responsive at the time, although it's still been 8 months, and here we are. We went through the funding agreement. We secured the funding agreement. It drug in some of the capacity projects with East Porterville. It brought into alignment the consolidation for the Central Mutual Water Company. Essentially, this effort was the last holdup in the funding mechanism to be able to pull the funding sources together to do both the Aiken consolidation and the Central Mutual Water Company at the same time. There was some hopes of bringing it at a closer timeline. Unfortunately, it has not worked out that way. Once we complete this, get this signed copy over, they really have no excuse other than to tell us why it hasn't been funded or the project has not moved forward. So this is the last straw or the hoop that we've jumped through as the city of Porterville to put the state on their heels to say, okay, here we are. We've done everything that you've asked us. We've provided the documentation. Where's the funding agreement? And when's the check coming to get the project implemented? And so here we are. I mean, we're going to have that opportunity. Unfortunately, like I said, it has taken us this long to get to this point.
Thank you. Any other comments, please? Go ahead.
Just when this whole thing started, we were racing the clock because there were smaller water systems that were going to fail. And the point of us being ready and prepared was that we were the safety net or safety valve for those water systems that were going to fail. And every day that we don't have this completed is a risk, not so much for us, but for those water systems that may fail. So hopefully we get this going, and we'll be put into a position where we can help if we're called upon to help.
Thank you.
If there's nobody else, I'll just make the motion that we approve as recommended by the staff.
I'll second.
We have a motion and we have a second. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
I'm gonna vote in favor of this just because I've come to realization this will never happen in my life.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous. Okay, we will now go into oral communications.
Brock Neely, address on record. When you set up your committee for your military banner thing, I would recommend that you have at least one veteran on there. If it's just a community member that's a veteran.
Thank you.
The other thing is you might consider having half of them up, half of the year, take those down, put the other half up. That gives you a chance to take them down and inspect them once a year. And on the Aiken Water Project, if you think it's of any help, all the state leadership will be in the same room with me on the 14th of December as a captive audience. If there's a document or anything that you'd like me to give to the governor, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, Speaker Pro Tem, or Speaker of the Assembly, or the President Pro Tem of the Senate, I'll do it. Just get it to me.
Thank you
I
very
will
much.
advocate for this city as far as I can go. Thank you.
Did we have any come in electronically?
No, Your Honor.
We have none electronically. We'll now move into other matters. Councilmember Gurrola.
I want to thank the staff for everything that they do, especially in the COVID. I'm sure that it's extremely difficult, especially when we hear that other cities or agencies are working from home and don't provide the services at the level that the city of Porterville does. So I really do want to thank the staff for that. The other, I just want to say, if anybody's listening out there, that it's really for us to get rid of COVID and open up businesses or reduce COVID and open up businesses really lies in your hands. It lies in your hands because you need to decide that you're going to follow the health officials' message, and that is to wear a mask, to social distance, and wash your hands, and do not gather. It's very simple. My 4-year-old great-granddaughter even knows that.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Want to wish, thank you, Mayor. Want to wish everybody happy Thanksgiving next week as we do that, and just recommend folks to just, I know it's a change with the pandemic, but you know, the biggest, the surge of cases for COVID-19 are due to people gathering and doing large gatherings or gathering with other people and at people's homes or for parties. And so I recommend people stay home to protect their family members, to protect their loved ones, and to have the ability to see a light at the end of this tunnel, because right now things are about to take a turn for the worse, and we have to do our part. We have to do our part, and I hope that we do as a community. Because I hope people care about each other and do what's right. So please stay home and wear your mask and abide by the health guidelines that have been provided. I know it's maybe difficult sometimes for people, but it's what we need to do to get over this. So, yeah, and that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Yes, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you enjoy your loved ones via Skype or Zoom or whatever, and not to crowd in one facility. And I just like to wish and I thank God, and hopefully that we pray that He can keep our community, our state, and our country, and this world safe.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to thank the city staff for doing a great job during all that we're going through with COVID and trying to keep everything on track, keep the agendas going and the business of the city moving. Also, I wanted to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and also echo the sentiments about socially distancing, wearing masks, and staying safe, and keeping those that you love safe during Thanksgiving, which, it does seem difficult to think of being away from your family as part of showing your love for them, but this is a year like no other, so it's something to consider. And also, as you're frustrated with things and maybe not being able to just do what traditionally has happened, just try to chip away at that frustration and think about what's really at the root of it, because a lot of times we do have recommendations or requirements or rules that we put into place for the greater good, but putting a finger in our eye because of one of those rules, it might feel good, but it really doesn't get to the heart of what the frustration's all about, and that's the circumstance that we're all in. So if you can find it, even when you're frustrated or possibly angry, to chip away at that and dig way down deep and look at what the real source of the frustration is, I think you'll find it may not be directly any one of us or anybody that told you to do something you didn't want to do. It's just simply the situation we're all in, and once you can understand that and come to grips with that, you can see that we're all in it together. So just try to take care of yourself.
Thank you. Okay, I get to do my roll call here. Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Knight are already on. And let's see, Chief Lapierre, Chief Crodel. Look at that, Mrs. Hildreth, Mr. Costello, Mr. Bartow. I've already seen Mr. Stowe, so it's okay. And there we go. How wonderful is that? Look at that backdrop that Mr. Bartow has. That's a good one. Okay. Oh my goodness, look at, there's a family. Oh, look at that. Okay, he was the one that was wanting the attention during the conversation. All right. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you. I know that the police department and the fire department have been busy these last few days. And you continue to be out in the forefront of a lot, and we're very grateful to your service in the protection of all members of this community. To staff, you have no idea how much you are appreciated. Sometimes things go left unsaid, and sometimes when we're looking at things and it's like, okay, why is this on here, or different things. Thank you very much for your patience with us as we go through the items at council meeting. I want to wish each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving. I know it's going to be a little different for several of us, and We may have to do something, virtual, but it's about protecting yourselves and protecting the members of your family and members of the community. A lot of prayers have gone out for several people, especially those who are victims of elder abuse, child abuse, and victims of domestic violence, especially during these times. It's difficult to say, but sometimes the Thanksgiving holidays through the Christmas and through the New Year's, violent behaviors intensify, and it's very difficult for some of those families. Mr. Lawless, I want to say thank you. And you know what? It's wonderful to see Ms. Graybell here. She did a wonderful job in that report. That's called deferment, Mr. Moore. That's really good. And look at her blush. Okay. Mr. Ridenour, thank you. Thank you for keeping me on task. Look at, you're blushing too. Julia, thank you for all your assistance, because I know that some of the things that we do, we're very grateful when you bring us back in. It's very much appreciated. Mr. Lee, you're always here. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Okay, Mr. Lawless.
Actually, just one thing that, again, pleased that the Navigation Center is finally finished its construction, and being fully utilized to its capacities. And this Saturday, there's going to be a coat and sock drive. We talk about through this is the additional opportunities to serve that needed population. And so that's, I think there's 150 coats and socks that are going to be distributed this weekend through the Navigation Center. And it's through this link committee that we talked about that's looking to organize these events more than just that one, Project Homeless
PHC,
Connect.
yeah.
Now, instead of it just being a once a year, that it can become a regular monthly or twice a month kind of activity. So that's coming this Saturday at the Navigation Center.
Yes, so it is 9:33. We will go back into closed session. And
That we'll have anything to report.
thank you very much. Have a good evening. Goodbye, everyone.
The other thing, good piece of information, so far we're only at 31 suicides. Oh, wow. We're down again.
Thank you.